Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny, delighted to be here for stream number 101. Today we'll be picking up where we left off with our 100th episode spectacular. Last time we had lots of fun and what we built. I'm just gonna show because we're gonna extend and add some proper exciting functionality to it. So if you've watched previous series of live coding and chill in this year, we've built this mostly static and potentially completely static portfolio marketing website, Polina Poppers, dark mode, Tailwind CSS with Daisy UI, and Svelte as our meta framework of choice. And I truly recommend that series and this sort of project as a great starting point for you if you're starting your development journey. Slide into people's DMs, tell them, do you want a portfolio website? Do you want a marketing website? And if you can't find any, find a person and gift them, make it for them for their birthday, something like that. A real person, a real client. Ideally, they pay you money, but if not, you will learn a lot and it will still look good on your CV. Then we literally picked up where this project ended, the code from this project, and turned it into this Loot Goblin app, which has things like search. This talks to a database, which is extremely cool, and we've added a layer of complexity to that. After you know how to build static websites, you can move on and start building more dynamic sites that talk to a database. And maybe we got a bit overexcited. Thanks to the chat suggestions, we actually did add login flow to that one, which is an extra layer of complexity for sure. So if you start getting lost in this series, it's fine. A lot of the times, how you learn is by being exposed to the same things over and over again. So you can definitely follow along this one and try to do it. This one may need a few similar projects to completely understand what's going on there. But you can always follow along with me and actually have a working website that talks to a database and has the auth flow. It's just that some concepts may not perfectly click for you. Feel free to let me know in the Discord and in the community. If that's the case, I'll try to make things clearer next time, which is what we also tried to do with this chess app, the Tursos Velket Edge shadcn stack app, where we've recapped how we were doing the auth using multiple providers and magic links. So this one should account for everything you ever need. And then for the app we're building and extending today, we are doing the same thing, but using Supabase, which is an increasingly popular Firebase alternative. They still say the open source Firebase alternative. Especially now, Google apparently is letting people go from projects, from teams that include the Firebase team, which is sad news to hear. But it's always great to have open source projects. From the beginning of Supabase a few years ago when we first tried it, that was a great mission that they have to provide a tool that has the functionality of Firebase, but open source, the community can chip in, that sort of thing. Of course, they're not saints, they are charging a pretty penny for a lot of their services, but still very, very cool. That's why we're covering it here. It does take care of our database needs, but also takes care of the auth flow. So you can actually go to culturestock.com and check it out yourself. Someone did sign up for JOHNNIFY Premium in between the last live stream and this one, and as I promised, I actually indulged in buying a dedicated domain for this one. So what are we actually gonna turn this up into? First of all, let's see if production works. As we like to show, if not, then clearly I need to hand in my resignation. Google login works, great. Login with Twitch also works because we're awesome, amazing. And this is also using the popular Tailwind CSS component library that you own at shadcn Svelte. So all of this, you can click around yourself, let me know what you like. What we're gonna actually have the app be about is a sort of activity feed of your pop culture consumption. So it's inspired by this app called Sofa for iOS, where you can search for video games or TV show episodes or films or whatever else, and then you can log in what you played or what you finished or something like that. And it works for me, for sure. I've been inspired by this. but it doesn't have the follow activity. It doesn't give you like a Spotify Wrapped at the end of the year, and that's the thing that I want to build here. So not Twitter, X, or Threads, or whatever, not exactly that, but a way for people to be able to share and see what people are consuming. So everyone is in on Shogun or Dragon's Dogma or Baldur's Gate still. Like, that's the sort of thing that I'd like to create with this app. Will it look like this? Who knows? It's always nice to get inspiration from other projects you like. All of the code that I've talked about, including the JOHNNIFY website itself, is available for you with JOHNNIFY Premium. Subscribe for that if you'd like. It's also a way to show support to me and my content. Hello, Milos in the chat. How are you doing? I love the emojis that YouTube has for chat as well. They're very, very cool. Colorful and nice. More sites it should be more colorful. It's worth noting that Sofa does have theming support, so you can choose your own theme, and I went for this purple because I like purple. I also like green. Can't tell. I like many colors. I prefer colors over non-colors, to be honest. Anyway, we could talk during the break more about the ads, which has been a hot topic nowadays. We can talk more about our meta framework, so I'll get how it actually talks to our database, Supabase, but maybe it's best to just get started with the agenda. Is that a toaster or spam? I don't know, I can't see in that resolution. It just looks like a cute little can in the chat. That emoji, amazing. So I'll keep this for reference. We have the activity feed that we want to add, and we'll get started right away. After I add a timestamp, so I can more quickly after the end of the episode go and add the timestamp, so you can skip around as you please. Also, YouTube has been eating the intros of these episodes, so if you see me rambling, that's how I talk. Apologies, I don't do it intentionally, but at least if YouTube cuts something, it's going to be my entry preamble. Cool. So we have a form somewhere. We've shown how to do forms a couple times in these episodes, and we have a nice form where you can update your handle or name, how you want to appear to other users, and you get this nice little toast. Pop-up component will disappear automatically, and that changes how you appear to other users. So this is a traditional form we got here, and I think we'll have a more unconventional looking form, but still it will behave as a form. So I wouldn't say make sure that you know how forms work and what's another episode, the previous episode, how we made this work. But if something does seem a bit wonky, then ask in the chat or refer to the previous episode of how exactly we made these form submissions work. So what I think would be cool is instead of this showing the latest users, it should show the latest activities. So I can say I restarted Baldur's Gate 3, and then I can have like a little comment, Dark Earth run, or it's playing Balatro, something like this is what I'm envisioning here. But it'd be cool if the form itself already looked like an activity card. So if I take inspiration from this Sofa app, maybe what you are submitting to Persist already looks like the activity item. And if I were a designer, I'd have popped up something in Figma to better show what I mean. But I'm a developer, so I'm just going to make it up on the fly, and we'll extract it to components later. So I guess we should show. I should also mention that this works locally. We had some troubles to make the auth, the social login auth, work locally before, but it is in fact talking to my local Supabase infrastructure with Docker. So this one is not hitting my real Supabase database. You don't even need a real Supabase project to get this thing going. It is talking to the local Supabase stack that is running through Docker, which is great because we'll be using this for testing. Later in the episode, we'll also be attempting to do match click login, my favorite way to log in. And for that, I wouldn't want to be creating new users in the real database every time I want to test something. You can test in production, but maybe not everything. That's a big topic to cover later. So in here, I'll show it again. If you are logged in, if you're not logged in, you get this prompt to log in or sign up for free, and then you'll be seeing like the activity feed. But maybe if you are logged in already, Son says, they say there are no patterns in Velkit, but I've gotten so used to these structure and objects and form actions to forms by now. Yeah, of course, there's always good patterns and standards. They emerge. There doesn't need to be like, oh, this is the official logs. If people are doing it, then it's a standard already. There is a pattern. So if we are logged in, I want the form that doesn't look like a form to appear, but maybe to start with, we make it look like a form. So looking with tweets because it's faster, even though it gives us this extremely ugly white page that they have, not tweets. So here, if you are logged in, so let's say if data user so a form, else ask people to log in. So we have this situation going here, and we can already extract this into a component. And let's say add activity, create activity, form.svelte for a svelte component, and just copy this, paste it here, say something different. And render it here. And we already know who you are. You are the person you're logged in as, so we don't need to duplicate that. What we want is for you to select what type of thing you're doing, what the activity type is going to be. So we'll have categories for activities, but you'll only be able to select video games. Maybe not, we'll see. So we want like a drop down. We have your name already, so we can show your avatar, I guess. Be making this up on the fly. We'll have your avatar. Then we'll have a verb, what exactly you're doing, like starting, finishing, something like that. Make past tense. Then this is what you should be able to input, and in the future we'll be hitting an API to do the cool autocomplete stuff. So you start searching for Baldur's, and then you get Baldur's Gate 1, 2, 3, enhance this, and all of those. And maybe you could put like a date picker if you forget and you want to say that, oh, yesterday you watched the previous episode of Shogun and now you've watched this one. But maybe not for now. But we would want like a one-liner. Let's say that you have like a one-liner. Dark birds run. So I think these are the things that I want in here in this form that won't be looking like a form. So first, how do you get the avatar? That's a good question. Maybe we can have a component that uses that's called user avatar that we keep reusing in a few places, like here, something like that. So let's create that. In our root page, like we haven't the activity feed, actually, we have this guy, which has the user and the username, I suppose. Let's just do the avatar. Can I affect this size? I guess the parent affects this. It has a hard-coded 10 for height, but it will be overridden thanks to how we're using class names, I can only imagine, with Tailwind. We'll find that out. So let's say that in source components, all in the UI directory are all the shadcn components. I just keep the my components, custom components, in that directory. Activity avatar. And of course, on the left, it should have a related image, thanks related to the game that we've selected. Let's call it activity user avatar. Maybe we'll put it in a directory with many activity related things we'll be creating. In the activity feed, what are we doing here? Just import star. So that means that this component needs a bit of a user like this. Or maybe just a name and avatar URL. Name and fallback, not sure. So we're gonna destructure name and avatar URL and props. That's great. VS Code has already started picking up this new way, this Svelte way to do the props. That's neat. A source is gonna be this avatar URL. This is gonna be maybe your name or the person's name. It's implied that it's an avatar. So that's the name, and then the fallback is this. It's an image, so kind of implied that it's an avatar. But if you want to say that person's avatar, it's still fine. Screen readers will say it's an image for Johnny my group is or Johnny. So I think people will get it. So let's try our create activity form and that avatar thingy. It's activity user avatar, but we need to pass in a user. Thankfully, we have it in the page data. So we can pass it in the activity form. We'll probably need a place to also write this, have a types file or something. So we don't duplicate this all the time. Oof, we can't deep nest this, deep destructure this. Interesting. I guess that's how Svelte magic works. All right, so we have this guy. Let's pass in a user here. We do have the user object. Hello, Christian. Great to see you here today as well. So we may just use the user, I suppose. User object from Supabase. Is that where we have it? Not really. Yeah, it is from Supabase. Sure. Or maybe not. It's this, right? Ah, it's from generated definitions? No, it's from this. So, not quite sure. User be here. Anyway, we need to refactor this later. Just get going. Let's see, that's this. And now, I guess I don't have any limits. That doesn't sound correct. Is it because I haven't fetched my own profile? Maybe. Maybe user doesn't have this actually. So what does this thing, the user type is? We'll have to check again. We're fetching the latest users here. That's true. And in general, we're fetching the user object here. Client side and server side, we have the user object here, but it's not the profile. So maybe that's my confusion. Like we have the logged in user, but we also have like a profile here. To fetch on the, to save on the request, maybe we can solve this on a model, but let's keep going with the UI layout and we'll figure it out. So create activity form. It feels like I do like the design of sofa here that has a big image to the left where we can have a nice placeholder image, and then your name is playing this thing, which is a video game, and then has a note. So category here. And should we make this grid? Maybe. In this section, we have limits, and in this section we have span2. Everything there. But this would be a big image that we can stretch, I imagine. Let's say BZ. BZ primary for now. What secondary? Gray. Ah, sure, let's do secondary. And here, I guess this really is not getting the user. Putting this in. Also, one of the things that get warnings from that has caused a bit of a stir is that the Bits UI library and other small libraries like Svelte Sonar are getting lint errors because latest Svelte 5 versions have started complaining that you shouldn't be using self-closing divs because that's not a real thing. And when I saw this, I was like, oh, is this like a fake accessibility thing? Like someone said they are confused whether this means it's this or not. Like, I know what it means. Why are you complaining about this? Why are you making so many library authors saying stuff? But it turns out it's because I didn't know what I was doing. So used to React and JSX, you may think that this is the same as this. So a self-closing div is the same as just opening the div and immediately closing it. But the div element is not a self-closing element. That's not the real thing. And for convenience, I guess JSX makes it work like every other React component or JSX component where you can self-close it if you want, and there's also this. But according to how HTML works, you know, vanilla HTML, the real thing, because divs are not a real thing, if you do this, so self-closing div and then a text string, you'd expect that this happens because you're used to JSX and React. But in reality, what the browser will do is this. So put hello inside of the div you're trying to create, which is crazy. And that's not what I meant to do. And Svelte has realized this thanks to a great contributor that noticed this, that they were passing it around because I guess they were all used JSX as well. But this is what HTML is doing by default, and Svelte is trying to be closer to HTML as much as it can. Anyway, long story short, if you are annoyed by these ESLint style warnings, then you should be, you shouldn't be. They taught me something, maybe they taught you something as well. And we just need some patience for all the library authors that have been doing the self-closing divs tricks to migrate. And they do have a migration tool, so you can run that, and every self-closing div that you have becomes this, because that's 99.999% guaranteed. That's what you meant. You didn't meant to enclose the following string in the div. Why am I saying all this? Because I have this placeholder. It's going to be a nice image at some point, but not for now. And now, the activity user avatar should have a name. So let's just keep the fallback and put the name as Johnny for now. See how that looks. So besides this, I want the name. it started playing, or whatever the verb is going to be. And the colors may make things different. The idea is this is hard-coded, but here you'll have a drop-down to select started playing or whatever it is you did. And then you have the name of the game. Which is going to be an input you can hard code, you can use. Tailwind freak out. Is this not the real thing? It is. Were we already in text to Excel? Interesting. And it's gonna say video game, also drop down, and then my comment here. All right, it doesn't look too bad. How do we turn this into a form? And I guess this is what is gonna appear in the activity feed. So whatever you create here, that's pretty much how it's gonna look over here. So Kirill has a question. Did you refactor all the shadcn components into Svelte 5? Not all of them. There are a few that are left. Because for most of them, it was cathartic. It was nice to do. Because for things like the input component, what these poor people that they created them for Svelte 4 had to do is declare all the props that an input may have, all the input events they may have, and use REST props and all of that. But, why can't I find this? I'm sure. But now with Svelte 5, all you need to do really is declare REST props equals props and then sprint the REST props. So it was very nice to do this in super complicated components. Svelte 5 is supposedly on the release candidate, so maybe I would give a ping, like, would you allow this? shadcn for React had a flag at some point where you could ask a configuration flag. So shadcn, the UI library we're talking about, has a components.json, which if you don't know shadcn, you wouldn't know that it's for shadcn, but then maybe when it specifies its schema, you'd be hitting it at. I'm surprised they didn't do shadcn.json or whatever. Anyway, doesn't matter. They had a flag for React where I think it was like use server components or whatever it was. And if you said yes, then it would bring in the server component version of the component. So maybe there could be like a Svelte 5 flag, and then it would bring in the Svelte 5 version of the component. But I don't know, Handabyte definitely knows a lot more about maintaining libraries, especially. You can end the sentence in Handabyte knows a lot more than I. But for component libraries especially. So introducing this fork of, we have the Svelte 4 version of the component and the Svelte 5 one, maybe it's a nuts idea. I don't know. But I'm sure people still on Svelte 4 will want to keep using it on Svelte 4 even when Svelte 5 goes in prime release, actual release. So not sure what's going to happen there. Anyway, I'm happy to keep looking at the GitHub repository for shadcn Svelte and contribute a PR if that's needed, because it's very, very cathartic. Be lucky to have me as a contributor. Thank you for this compliment. Yeah. My biggest contribution was in Create React App. Do you remember that tool? Which wasn't much. It was cleaning up some documentation. But still, cool. It's cool to contribute to open source, especially when you don't have to maintain the project. Creating your own open source library, that's... I don't know. That's really, really hard. Creating 4 of them, maybe it's really, really awesome. Maybe that's the point that I need to get. Like from 1 to 3, it's hard to maintain. If you have like 4 to 12, which is the 100 byte spectrum, then it's where it really gets rewarding and fun. I don't know. All right. Anyway, what was this tangent about? It's how one of my favorite things with Svelte 5 is the REST props thing, which may be familiar from React actually, but it does make creating your own components or having a library with components much easier, because you don't need to specify all the events you may wish to handle. You just spread the props and you take them, so you don't need to do this, which I'm sure was not fun. But there are some components that are doing some weird Svelte 4 maybe specific functionality that I'm not super comfortable changing. So, or I tried to change a few things to Svelte 5, but they didn't quite work, like maybe with using form snap and stuff. So I think everything but the form components I have changed to Svelte. Is the quick answer to this question. Like here, block scoping these variables and then passing them here. It wasn't as happy to do that in Svelte 5. I was like, Svelte 4 is going to work just fine. And if anyone else tries to use this library, they won't get any weird errors just because I didn't do the Svelte 5 transition properly. Cool. So this may be a bit too big, but then again, I do increase my font size for the stream, so maybe it does look fine in real life. I'll check later. The idea is that you're not able to edit this, you're not able to edit this, but you are able to pick from a selection of verbs. I don't know if we'd have freestyle input here, but maybe just to inspire users. Like limitation breeds creativity, so we could have a drop down here. So let's bring in a shadcn drop down. Here we go, and see if we change the shadcn Svelte 4 component to Svelte 5 on the fly. So not drop down menu. I want to select this. Do they have any examples to like pre-select? I don't want a multiple one. I have this recipe how to use drop downs. Oof, with forms. Too much. But we do want to do all of this in the form actually. So yeah. This one, the Baldur's Gate one, will also be a fun component to do, but we will start in a non-fun way of having it be an input. I imagine it's going to be command palette style, so it would show some options on every category or the category you've selected, and then try to search for something, then you see it in the suggestion and you can pre-fill it. So that would be cool, but for now it will just be an input. So where else we use input components? In this app. And the profile form, of course. So maybe all of this is what we want. Let's see. Let's import all the form helper methods. Let's import the input component. And this does need a form, so let's do the Superform stuff. So it's going to be time to create a form schema as well. What to expect to have. No need for a toast. So we don't want to do this. Do want to reset the form. We do want to reset the form when you submit, because maybe you want another activity. And we want to bring in like a million things. Mainly these ones. The Superform stuff. But also form schema, which we're gonna create now. All of this would be easier if we just have a separate route to create your like tweet activity type of thing. But we've shown forms before, so let's do something more complicated today. And what we want here, that's like we have this schema. Let's paste a schema to the route and say that this is the create activity form schema. Let's create activity form schema. Or just schema. Do we need to say schema? Do we need to say form everywhere? Probably not. And then we can bring it in. Now we'll see how it gets into the form. I guess we still want the user object here. So let's say this takes the form data, but also it takes the user. And we put the route here. All right. Now to pass in that form data, what we've done in the main page, in the me edit page, is, and whenever you use Svelte Superforms, is that you need to be returning the form method all the time, the form data all the time, I suppose. And in here, in the related page.server.ts, so in the root page.server.ts, I want to return the form, maybe call it create activity form. And I don't want to pre-fill it with anything. So I want to pass in something as the first parameter. I will be passing in the same schema we created. And I want the same exact zone adapter for Svelte Superforms. Paste that in too. And now my UI should have this. And be able to pass it as data here. So we can get create form data. Sorry. This data will have data create form data. And that's it. there you go. And now our create activity form. We don't. Do we want visible labels? I guess yes. It's the thing with, like, what is X doing? Are they doing anything good nowadays? Probably not. But if you've started using the app, then you'll know how to create an activity, and you'll be doing this a lot. But I guess there is no harm in making it more explicit. Maybe the label is as the description, actually. And you can have some fun and randomize the placeholder, or even have it changed as a way to make it more fun. And this dropdown will also be different. Oof. This is why I'm not a designer, because this is gonna get out of control fast. This idea of having this look like the tweet maybe getting out of hand may not be the most accessible thing. We'll see. Ah, interesting. How can I make the whole thing better? How can I make the whole thing bigger? Is it just input? I think so. Do they have any fun classes? No. So, but it has hard-coded height, for example. And this at one point will be autocomplete search field type of situation, command palette type of situation. And the category can also be a dropdown. So we don't need this anymore. All right, but what do we actually want to have here? We don't want name and URL. We want the name of the activity, not an avatar. We want a category. It's maybe an enum. We'll see. Probably not nullable. Not nullable. And we also want notes, one-liner. How many is 80 characters? Is it a lot? Yeah, that's more. 60 characters, more than enough. Maybe 70. 72. I don't know. It's it's an app for quick thoughts, let's say. So you can have your notes. Maybe that's doable. Maybe you actually just select an emoji or a reaction. Right, so you have the name of the game, of the activity, which could actually be an ID, like the ID of the game, to be honest. But that just introduces more complications. This will be like search the activity you're adding. And it will say start type into search. Then it's a category, which will actually be an ID, to be honest, or an enum. And then your notes, this will actually be a string. Sure. And we need a nice submit button, which is usually the email icon, I guess. Let's see. What does JOHNNIFY have to say about this? Or send it. Sure. They look kind of nice. Let's see this one. But why am I doing this? Maybe I go old school and have 12 columns in my grid. And say that the placeholder has like 3 of them. And this has 8 of them. And then the icon has the remaining one. Globe. The real thing? I guess not. Yep, it's a real thing. This thing won't get stressed. I guess my placeholder won't get stressed. So maybe this one actually gets a self-centered, just like me, for real, for real. And this is gonna be our submit button. And I guess we have button icons elsewhere. The background color is making it kind of weird. I think they have like a variant for ghost, makes sense. Nose type icon. Let's see. I guess in the header I have one. This one, size icon. Size is what I was looking for. There we go. Do I need this after all? Kinda. Maybe not. So let's copy that globe. Call it send. And copy this clipboard, go to svg, paste everything. And but maybe put this in here as well. And finally, go to our form and use that one, the send. Perfect. Maybe less. Need this. No. Yeah. 1.5. It's a real thing. It works. All right. So does it look horrible? Nah, I think it looks nice. Should it just be a big green button at the end, like super satisfyingly big? Maybe. Maybe. But it stays for now. This one we said it's going to be a drop down. This one we said it's going to be a drop down. And this is going to be darker run. It's going to be an input field, a regular style. So let's add that one in here. Different name, so notes, I guess. Notes. That wasn't the problem. That was the problem. It's fine now. Ah, of course. I didn't close form field. So this one is notes. So notes. So this does look like the label of the other thing, but it's fine. Is this the episode where Johnny designs the worst form ever? Or is it the episode where Johnny designs the best form ever? We'll find out. So this one, we want to be another form. Select. So let's bring that in. Like this. First, let's bring in the select component. And let's see how insane it's going to be to turn it into 12.5. I think it's going to be fine. Interesting. Can't find npm. Found it eventually. So just the select component is what we brought. Which has many components in itself, fair enough. Oof, it's gonna be a few. Actually, it looks doable. This one is passing in events. Check from Svelte Radix. So we need a check mark, I guess, because we don't have this library. Is it this? I think the answer is no. I guess it's this. Has to be. So the icons are here. Check. This one. That's a little check. Angular, rounded. How do you like it? Kinda in between. Let's copy this one. And do the same trick again as we did for the globe. And back to our new component. Was that one? It was this one. So import check from somewhere else. You can do it. You can do it. Maybe you cannot. Come on, VS Code. Maybe if you reload, you will help me. Whenever I delete and I retype again, I'm hoping my editor will find the component, and it did. Great. Anything else weird here? No. About here. About here? Yes. Carré sort says. Carré sort. I think more components. Maybe we should have brought Elucide Svelte or Radix. Yeah, so what do I want now? The carré sort. Up and down. I do kind of like how it looks. More than this one. There it is. Okay, let's steal it. Looks tiny. Do the same thing again. Call it the same thing too. Why not? Copy. Paste. what I meant to do in the other components too. Have this be predefined unless you define them. And go back to that component and bring it in. Found it immediately this time. Amazing. And that was all of them. So let's just try to render one of those components and see what that gives us. Quite big, to be honest. So maybe it could be its own component as well. But for now, let's just put it in here. See where that gets us. And we need to import star, and let's pick those fruits, why not? Let's pick those fruits. Alright, somehow this kinda worked. Schema works. And this works. Beautiful. Variable is the label. This has a placeholder. If you don't specify it, what is it? Nothing. I see. Time to make it work with a form. The only item here is going to be video games for now. We don't need a group either. So it's going to be simple. Maybe group and TV show. Maybe. No, sorry, this is the verb. So this is your verb. Do we have this in the schema? Verb action. Could also be an enum. If it's like an enum or something you also have in the database, it's easier to localize. So keep that in mind. Action. Wow, this does look not great. And we can extract this into an activity action form. Or activity action. Result. All of these guys, take them out, put them in here. All of the things we just put in. Fruits. Put them in here. And your dog too. I like the idea of the preview of how it's gonna look once we submit, but this is quite confusing. We'll see. This is why you hire designers. There's something weird there. What happened? clearly. Hello, Nilan from Indonesia. Hello to you and Indonesia as well. Will there be a SvelteKit course? Maybe create a voting app? How would you see the voting app? More like, is Baldur's Gate cool? Yes, no? Or users input things to be voted on? Like, flesh it out, or either here or in the Discord. And SvelteKit course, I think it's just the live streams. So I always try to plan out what the next live streams are going to be about and what the series are going to be about. And I'm trying to do like beginner, advanced beginner, intermediate, more senior, like principal, that sort of thing in the flow. And we've increased complexity quite a bit, but we still haven't gone to software as a service, membership platforms, payments with Stripe. So there is still a bit of a way to go. Once we're there, we'll reset again and do portfolios or something started again. I think that's the idea. Anyway, we always do new series for learning content. So let me know what your suggestions are on what we should be building and what you'd like to see, and they will happen. But if you're asking, will there be a course in Udemy that you pay for? I'd say unlikely. I like to keep this content free. And if you want to support me to do more content, then you can always subscribe to JOHNNIFY Premium, which also gives you a lot of value outside of showing that you like this sort of thing. Right. So here I'm second guessing how readable this form is. But we'll get there. This activity action, I actually want to name activity action select, because make it obvious it's a select. Great, we found it. And then we'll need to be passing in stuff to it, I'm sure. So yeah, it does show your name. It could just say you or whatever you want. Yeah, not sure about this, but we'll keep going. And if we need to make the form look different, we'll make it work different, look different. The main thing is to pass in some options here. So let's see the linked example. And I do have an enum here. It could also be like a freestyle input where you can say whether you've started or not, but I'd rather you contact me to tell me, oh, actually, I would like to also see where you started or something I didn't think about. Words. So is this the value 2? To the labels? I guess so. Interesting. So these are the values and this is how you can read it in English. Sure. It could be an array, I suppose. Ah, and they want to put in the value here to see the variable thing. Guess that makes sense. And how are they using it here? So it's just keys. So this could just be an array of everything here. Actually, let's see. this is started, restarted, completed, played, watched, live streamed, maybe not. And now we don't need object keys, we just pass in the verbs and that's it. And the default should be started. Great. And we have this thing. Then when we set up the form, it's deriving the selected language, which is kind of interesting, because it's passing in to the select root. And what's attributes? Of course, the control has this. It's reassigning this on chains, which is interesting, to say the least. We don't want multiple select, so we just want to select from this. So long as we manage to do this, we're good. I guess everything has a value. Do we need to bind it? Maybe not. It wants to reassign this, that's the difference. And of course, before we forget, this form is definitely going to be posting. I'm going to be using enhance from Superforms, and we are going to be hitting a named form action in this page, which I suspect would be create activity or new activity. Right, but what does the select want, really? I wonder if this is going to be automatically bindable. It's deriving this because it wants the selected thing to have a label in value. So I guess that's fine. Selected language is derived to be this object according to whatever this is, which is going to be verb, action, action. But the label and the value are going to be the same. But what is form data? This should be actions. just a string. But maybe we need to bind it. We'll find out. For now, let's just say let action is props. And they're wanting us to get this one there, call it selected in the root. I guess not. Was it not the root? It is. Come on. Didn't type this. Didn't type action. So type props action string. Is form snap the same as React hook form? Kinda. So it's a React hook form is a helper to use the native state and form functionality that React has. Form snap similarly is a library that helps you use the native form functionality and state functionality that Svelte has. The thing with form snap is that it both works on the client, like React hook form, and the server as well. And I don't know if React hook form nowadays also works server side in an XAS project. So we both use it on the server here on SvelteKit and the client. So that's a key difference if that's still the case with React hook form. But they're similar. They make working with forms debatably better. So for example, we use it here to be able to get loading spinners and the update state with the name you just submitted with less code than if we were to do the same thing ourselves. Not much less code, but a decent amount of savings. And now that we have like a huge form, then we'll be getting more savings for sure. So yeah, at some point, if this is slow enough to get a loading spinner, so maybe in production, it's what we use to make this have a loading spinner and how we do the toast in the end. In previous series, we've shown how to do this yourself with your own code and kind of like having a state machine, but it is more code. It's good to try and follow along and do it like that. So when you use something like Superforms, you kind of know what is happening behind the scenes. Right, so now it's happy to get selected past here, which is great. And then it does try to do the reassigning here too. Selected chains, interestingly enough. So maybe this should be bindable. Let's see. Yeah, that's what they want us to do here. Great. And I guess here we don't have a placeholder. We have a we have nothing. What does it show? Nothing. It should be starting with all the values selected, but maybe we don't have all the languages here. So no label for this category. Maybe we can say accents. we don't want this. But the point is that here's where we bring in verbs, accents, and the values can be accent, and the labels also can be accent. That's it. The hidden input will have this. Cool. And we did say that this defaults to this, so that's a bit weird. Selected should start as this one. It does get updated correctly. This is great. Which is great to see. But it doesn't start with the started one, which it should. Also, if I don't have this handler, it still changes, interestingly enough. So I wonder. Also, let's inspect selected here. See what's happening. It's an object with no label. Are we passing in the action, or am I being silly? I was being silly. I didn't save this. Whoops. Whoops. It happens. All right. I think we're starting to cook here. Without this, it will look a bit weird. I think we're getting somewhere. We don't need to inspect this. We don't need these fruits. And if we don't keep a class name here, and this becomes ridiculously big, maybe not. Maybe not ridiculously big. And maybe this can be a bit smaller. Name. Double check. Everything is huge because I've put the text stuff up here. If I don't, and I guess all I need is to pass them on here, and then it's more reasonable. So yeah, for this one, maybe it doesn't even have a placeholder. Maybe it doesn't have a group. Yes. It just looks like this. Looks nice. Light mode, it's decent. Dark mode for everything. Cool. So we have a verb here. And then text input for nodes. was trying to see if we'll get a character limit, but of course we haven't turned this into a ZOD input, I don't think. So let's see. Ah, we did. It's this one. It is this one. Something we saw last time is that it may be helpful to render the super debug component from Superforms. So this is cool. Check this out, Milan. I thought it was cool. This library, Superforms, does export this component called superdebug, which you can pass the form data to, and then it shows it here quite nicely. Tells you what the server response was as well. So if you mess around with these and you see that they haven't actually updated, then you know you've done something wrong. Hello. So the category should be this. As I'm typing this as well, it seems like it appears. Cool. Oh, interesting how this is not getting the validation. Did I actually limit it? Max this? Doesn't seem happy about it. Did I eat the error part of this? Yeah, the filters. How come I didn't use those? There you go. And we can make this custom by using refined. Let's see an example of ZOD refine. It's not here. Is it in Superforms? Check it out later. Is it just refined? ZOD refined. So I think you can just pass in the message. Ah, you can pass it in here. So if you want all your validation to have like more user friendly, like you have a more conversational style with your users, you can do something like this. So now, you see this? And you don't have to go to like a million places and say, oh, this is happening, then show this error, and if it's this type of error, show that type of error. You can add messages on every check. I think in the end you can just do refine and then pass in message here, like as a generic error. But before I forget, the action select, so that's why I had the super debug here. It's not actually changing the action, so we do want the onSelected stuff. Will we find it ever? Yeah, we will. Oof, and it doesn't work because we'll need to make this bindable. So that's a new trick. Is this a real thing? Is this how you do it? We'll do it. We'll check it. Yeah, sorry. So equals bindable. And now it works. Ugh, not quite. But if we go to the activity form and when we select, we say bind action. Does it work now? Yeah, we did it. All right. So with that, we will take a little break, check up on my family, and be right back. We're close to the format, like 1 hour 37 in. Wow. We will be right back. And we're back. One select down, one more to go. I was trying to think as well. How crazy is the form? Should I already bail and do it in a different way? I'll say it's fine. I'll say it's fine. We can always change it later. But yeah, we're starting like this. We've just done this drop down. We want one more for the category, and when we have this be an autocomplete, then the category as well will be autocompleted for you the moment you pick something that's not like a video game. But the category should actually be an ID because it will be in a separate table. Hello, Andrea. Maybe appropriate question. First, hope you're having a good day. I am having a great day. Thank you. Hope you're having a good or great day, or even better yourself. Would you be able to give me a high-level overview of form with a lot of select fields with data fetched from database to populate those fields? So we may be doing it now, actually. So we've had this one select field that starts with data populated from the schema here, these actions here. But what we want to do next is a drop-down that is pre-filled with data populated from a database. So instead of just having this be like a hard-coded array of strings, as we have here, I would like this to be stuff we have in a database. So we'd have a separate table of our available categories, even if it's just one video game, or two video game or TV show or whatever. I'd rather have it there, and you do that because then if you select the category name slightly, so video game versus video games, maybe your designer or PM says, oh, that's how you should do it. Or if you have just the ID value of I have the category 1, which will allow you to translate it maybe a bit easier. So you can see category 1 in English, it's video game. In Greek, it's like video παιχνίδια. In Japanese, it's something I won't be able to pronounce. So you may want to add that part of your select sphere in your database, which I suspect may be your case. For whatever reason, you want these to be prefilled from your database attributes. I'm not sure how we will do it with Zod, because for validation, this thing should know what are the available categories, I suppose. But maybe we'll kind of cheat it, actually. So maybe this is going to be expecting a category ID. And so long as this is an integer, or like a UUID, whichever we decide to do, then the Zod validation will be happy. And what we'll be doing is in our load method, actually hit the database to fetch all the available categories that we have in the database. So I think that's what's going to happen. It kind of makes sense to me, but we'll see. So yeah, we've just done from the break the select with a hard-coded list of select options, and we will do one now fetching the options from our database. I'm just not sure with Zod validation. Like ideally you'd want to only be able to have the ones you have in your database, but I think it may be like too complicated, to be honest. Because that needs to happen before the load method. I think Superforms caches the schema that you pass in, so you won't be able, even if your database attributes, the categories that we're going to have changed, Superforms will have that cast, that schema cast, so it's not going to be reflected. So not sure. Anyway, it does mean, let's start by adding like a select here. So let's create a category select. Here, really. This one, but copy and paste the activity action select, call it category select, activity category select. Even this could be in an activities table. We'll see. So let's see how this would change. So now, much more like the example that they have, I would imagine that we have an object here because we want an object that has a value of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of IDs, and a label, which is the human readable label. So let's see what they had for the select here. I have a link to here. And they have defined the schema here. It may be fine, but then I guess they just pass in. I see. So how do you know which category has which ID? That's the thing to derive. All right. So the activity category select will be getting all the categories, let's say from the database at some point. What's a category going to look like? It's going to have an ID. Will it be a number? Maybe. I do like unique IDs, but okay. And a name. This is fair enough. And it's going to have an array of those. And then it's also going to have category ID. It's going to be a number. And this is going to be bindable. And then the selected one will have a value of the category ID. Or I guess both. It's going to have find, like from the categories that we got, find the one where it's ID of this. So Andrea says, you create a table categories with an ID and name, fetch those and display name for human readable in ID for sorting the tree. That's exactly what we're going to do. I think. Let's see. The other complexity that I want to introduce is that you can name your activity anything, but I want this to be able to search the video games database, for example, and the TV series database if we have something like that. So the question to you as well, when you say Zod handles the category, does Zod handle that like your category is actually category ID integer or number, whatever they have there? Or does Zod know all the categories that you have in your database anyway? So it doesn't allow category IDs that don't exist in your database. So if you say like 3, yeah, number feels like the sensible way to go. Easiest is most sensible as well. So for numbers, can I say integer int? There you go. So let's take inspiration from you and do that. So this will get given this, and the categories with structure. And then we find the category that corresponds to this ID. And that's it. Because this should be ID and value actually. Oh well. Then map. Because they have a DNA, I wouldn't want to pre-map them, I don't think. Doesn't matter. So let's say that value is category ID and label it's this. And then if that's the case, the category ID is this. If we do have the autocomplete, this can also be hidden from the user. We just say as information, the thing you selected is a video game, that's it. Maybe that was the way to go all along. But it's cool to show. Action is nothing. Something we import here, but what we actually want to do is each categories, category ID, label is going to be category name. The hidden input will be mapping to category ID. kind of makes sense. And then, let's see, in the schema, we do have the category ID, sure. So in our page, we're passing in everything. In our form, activity form, instead of having another activity action select, we want activity category select, and we want by the category ID to the category ID, but also we want to pass in the categories. How do we do that? Well, I guess now we want this get the categories, which are things with ID and names. And therefore the page should be passing in this. But where it's getting that from is from the server. So we'll be hitting the DB for this. Now we have nothing. We'll be doing a parallel call to this. But for now, let's just say categories equals ID 1 name video game and pass it. There you go. And we could have second one for the fun, but TV show. Can we make it always prefill the first one? Not sure. We can see that it updates here. Everything looks like it updates. Cool. Yeah, in reality, I think we will create like a separate activity table where, because I imagine that we'd have a page with where we've kind of scraped or duplicated the data we get from the video games database, whichever one API we hit, and a TV show database, whichever one we hit. But I still want to allow users to add stuff that's not in those databases. So I'm not sure. We will be talking schema design for sure. But I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, how do we prefill like the first value? Obviously now we know that we'll have a ID1, but and I can't await this. I have to await this, right? I don't think I can stream this. Can I stream this? Unclear. This returns a promise, I imagine. Does return a promise. So, can I wait for the categories call to come and then prefill this with like the first category? First category it finds. Because what I'm thinking is I can start this with category ID 1. But the moment I pass this, then it starts complaining for some reason. But it does prefill with this, which is fine. There is an option to override this, like to not show the error if you're just starting from here. just thinking on the fly here. But there must be a way to pre-select something, right? Is the way this schema. Like here, like we say default to 1. But then if there is no category 1 in a database, then we're screwed. Then that's not great. But maybe enough to get us going. So here we are. We have like a, maybe the ugliest form of the word. Kind of nice. I mean, not that bad actually. And here, when you do find and select a video game or whatever, you're gonna have its poster on the left. So it's gonna look maybe better. If this were an image, it would immediately look better, I imagine. Hello, Mike. Great to see you today here as well. Lots of regulars here and you people as well. Appreciate you all. But question is this enough UI for now? Should we start doing server-side stuff? I think so. So Andrea, never be sorry for questions. Please keep asking questions. I do these streams to answer questions, really. So the question is, one more field whose data populated depends on what you select in categories. Where would you find that loader? I'd say, so we'll want to do like the reverse thing. So if we have this be a search bar command palette type of autocomplete, which you type in this, we hit the video games database, we find Baldur's Gate, you select Baldur's Gate, and then it selects video game for you. But when you say the data populated, do you mean that you select one of the drop downs and then the other fields get filled, but it's the same fields, or do you have different inputs for those fields? So no matter what we select here, the inputs are the same, and you just need to prefill them. You prefill them the same. You prefill them in response to the user selecting something, or do you have different inputs according to what the user has selected here? If what I select here changes what I need to fill in, then I'd have completely different Zod schemas, depending on what type of thing I am adding. Maybe I'd have like different forms, really. If it's the same inputs, I guess on select, much like how we update the select value, would be updating the whole form. So let's have a look at the select that we have here. On selected chains, you have the new selected, and we just reassign it here. Is it possible to create nested inner join in Supabase? Anything is possible given infinite time. You can do everything you want. Because at the very least you can execute raw SQL with Supabase, and if you can do it in Postgres, you can do it in Supabase. Do they have an API in the Supabase CS client for this? Not sure. They have their magic way to do inner joins, which we will be doing today. So for the selected chains, here all we do is reassign what the user has selected here, but you could have this drop-down component, the select component, get the whole form instead of just the relevant one. And the moment something new gets selected here, then you check what it is and pre-fill or fill the other fields in the form as you wish. So if you're like, if action, which I guess is your category here, your action is create, then you'd go to like form I'm not actually passing in this, so problem. Then the name becomes, you know, simple, something like that. So that's if the input fields remain the same no matter what they select in your dropdown. If not, then I would render different forms if they need to select different things according to whatever group they use and select here. But is this it for UI for now? Maybe. Which will mean that finally we'll need to see how our tables are gonna look like. So let's talk about that. So what I'm thinking here is, here instead of latest users, we'll have our latest activities, which will kind of look like this. So the user has started something that has like a name and is a video game or TV show. And optionally, they have nodes. So all of this is an activity. If this were Twitter, this would be a tweet. If this was threads, that would be a thread, I guess. A single post is what it would be. So the activity has a user it belongs to. So it's joined via a user ID here to whoever did it. Or I guess profile ID, because we have our public profiles table that references our secret auth users table in the secret auth schema. So our activity will have a user ID. Then it's gonna have a name, but this is where it gets tricky because I do want people to be able to type in anything, but I also want to have a separate record of activities in case they do type in something that other people are typing, like Baldur's Gate 3. Then I do want to fetch some data related to that, including the image that we're going to be using here, including when it first appeared, maybe some stats on how many people have used it. So I would want that to be in a separate table. Like its activity should be its own entity, its own table. And then all of this, the activity feed actually becomes profiles to activities many-to-many relationship table. So that's the thing that we should be defining. And the activity is the one that belongs to a category, and a category is its own table, which will have things like TV show and video game, maybe just those two. And I guess the activity user will also have like an optional node, so that doesn't belong to the activity directly, doesn't belong to the user directly, they belong to both indirectly. So maybe it's part of that activities table, that profiles activities table. All right, so it seems I've arrived to the same thing, talking about this live as I did during my notes. So many-to-many joins. In this example, we have users and teams, and we have the pivot table. You may hear this. You can see the convention being users underscore teams for this, but they call it members. And we'll have profiles, we will have activities, and we'll have like users activities. If we only had video games, then we'd have profiles, games, and activities here. But I want the activities to be video games and TV shows and anything pop culture. So question for Mike, wanted to follow GitHub, but couldn't find me. So in most socials, and GitHub included, my username is jmagrippis. This one, that's me. I think I look similar, just more tan here in Greece on vacation. So try that one, you'll find me, I'm sure. What was I doing then? Interesting. Oh, yeah, it was in Greece. Interesting. So yeah, take a look. Merged without the review. What a bands. Hey, this one. By hand-byte standards, nothing. By man standards, quite a lot of forks actually. You should use latest ones, later ones. Anyway, that little fun break over. We will be creating this main relationship of users or users profiles to activities by defining these three tables, but also we'll have a one-to-many relationship as well, because an activity can belong to a category. On that one, you don't need three tables. Our category, each activity will have a category ID column, so its activity will belong in a category in this case. So much like each city belongs to one country, controversial. Its category, its activity will belong to a category. So you can either be, we will either be talking about the video game Uncharted or the film Uncharted, not both. Kind of makes sense. And I guess back to Andrea's question, maybe according to the category you've selected, like you have different verbs that you can use, like viewed, like the versus watched. That's something we could do. But yeah, now that we have the form, the reason I did this is that I want to play around with UI, see what the user will actually be typing around. Even though like I had kind of thought about this a little bit during the research, I did try to see what is convenient for the user or not. So I wanted to do the UI first, and that would be driving my database schema. Maybe naughty. But not really. Like this is gonna be the prime way that users will be interfacing with my app. Mike dropped the follow to my GitHub. That's amazing. Thank you. Of course, anytime. So yeah. I think we need to create some migrations then. And to create migrations with Supabase, can we do pnpx Supabase migration new, create all of them, create categories, activities, and I guess let's say let's it in pivots. In some places, people would like to keep its migration having like one table as well. That's fine. If the way you do your migrations has a clear up and down implementation, so you define when you run this migration, this is how you're creating tables, and when you roll back this migration, this is how you destroy these tables or columns or whatever, then maybe it makes more sense to have separate ones. But for me, I kind of like keeping the concern is I want to have the activity feed. So all these tables do make that happen. So I will create tables for activity feed. So all this will do after downloading the Supabase CLI libraries is create just one file. That's going to be empty. And we'll take inspiration from the main-to-main example they have here. And for once, we are going to use serials. So our categories will have a serial, which is like incremental integer column. It's going to be the primary key, and it's going to have an ID and name. That's it. That's it. So someone could tell me, well, Johnny, like you had your front end define your database schema, kinda. Like, why not call this like value? Because you know that your drop down is gonna be using value there, and if you did, then you wouldn't need to map anything; it would just work. And I'd be like, fair point, but I just don't think value is descriptive enough in this case. So there is a time for convenience, developer convenience, and there is a time for making your code and architecture be reasonable aboutable. And I think calling that column value would be too tricky. Like I wouldn't be able to sleep if someone asked me, but why did you name this value? And I was like, well, it's because I know that I will primarily be using it in select dropdowns. So I wanted it to reflect what an HTML select wants as attribute. All right. Anyway, categories, just an ID and a name. Created at. Supabase JSON is awesome, like a MongoDB experience. I guess you mean JSON-B columns? Yes. So I think it used to be more of a thing, especially when Mongo and other schema-less NoSQL databases was popular. Well, if I don't really know what my schema is going to be, or if I just want to drop a config object or whatever in a database, then I'm going to go with Mongo. But at some point, Postgres brought in JSON and JSON-B columns. So, even if you want to do that, Postgres has got your back. And it is actually quite performant to search nested values in the JSON-B columns as well in Postgres. So yeah, even for that, Postgres does it better than MongoDB. Which is quite neat. So for the categories, do I want like a created at? Sure. Maybe each category has like an avatar URL, like an image URL, cover URL, that sort of thing, icon URL, which we may add in the future, but for now, let's just created that thingy. Now, the interesting one is the activity. The activity is very often I would want this to reflect like the secondary database ID. So if I'm using OpenCritic, or if I'm using the Twitch video games database, then maybe I want the ID of that thing from the Twitch video game database. But would I have like a Twitch ID here, for example, column? Maybe not, not sure. So I'm not sure what the activity is gonna have yet, but I do know it's gonna reference something. So I do know it's gonna have a many-to-one relationship to the category. So kind of like this. So an activity belongs to a single category. Definitely has a created at, timestamp with time zone. So that's date and time and time zone. And what else does an activity have? ID category. It has a name for sure. It has a name for sure. Is it possible to control the storage schema in RPC, or the only way is via triggers? I'm not sure if you can affect the storage schema like that. The only way is not triggers though, because the Supabase TS client does have a way for you to affect the storage buckets and that sort of thing, and the access controls, create new buckets, delete them, give them access controls. So you could have something in your SvelteKit app that creates new rules or does whatever it is that you want. You don't need to create a remote procedural call in Supabase for that. Good question. Yeah, so the activity that we see here, we say that it has a name, it has a category. The note shouldn't be there. It should be in the users to activities pivot table, as well as the verb. So I think that's it. Maybe that's all the category has and the activity has. Maybe these have like description columns, but we'll see. Like avatars, that sort of thing. Images, they may have them, but for now, they don't. So let's call this profiles activities. Profiles to activities. Profiles activities. Should I call the activity something else? Should I call it like items? Probably not. Should this be the feed? Maybe. Maybe that kind of makes sense. Let me know in the comments if that makes sense. So this one, let's say profile ID references the profiles table, which we've created in the previous migration, this one. But it is a UUID, isn't it? Oh, we want all of this. And this one, should we be deleting it on Cascade? I think so. So if an activity gets deleted, then that gets deleted as well, sorry. And the key is going to be a combination of the profile ID and the team ID and sorry, this should be activity ID. However, the compound key should be even bigger, because you can start the game and restart the game and rewatch the game and replay the game and whatnot. So I guess it should also be a combination of the created now. Interestingly enough. How do you do in Supabase? The drizzle way of making tables. You used to do that in Supabase GUI. So that's the SQL way of making tables. You define the migration here, and Supabase does have some methods for you to execute these migrations that you have, but you can even go in the Supabase Studio. Which, let's see where it is actually. It's 51 something in the port, but I always forget. Confirm it's running as well. 54 323. You can actually go to the SQL thingy and just paste it here and run it yourself, but you shouldn't, because Supabase has a secret table for the migrations, and if you run it manually, then it won't know that you've actually run the migration. Anyway, a tale as old as time, you can define SQL. That is actually how you get the database into the state that you want it. In Drizzle, you define the columns in JavaScript, and then there is a method you can execute in the CLI tool that creates this migration for you based on what you've done in your JavaScript definitions of your columns, which is really cool. But now we're just making it up on the fly. And then when we run this migration, we're going to run the Supabase CLI tool for that to create the TypeScript code and make our Supabase client clever. So it's the other way around. Like we do the vanilla SQL stuff, and that creates the TypeScript. The Drizzle way that you mentioned, you do the TypeScript stuff. And yeah, kind of neat. But what I was saying here is that the primary key should be unique. And what they were having before in the example, the main-to-main relationship example, they just had a profile ID and activity ID, let's say. They had a user ID and a team ID, because a user should only be associated with a given team one time. They're either in a team or they aren't. But in our use case, a user can be associated with an activity many times, because you can start playing Baldur's Gate and you can restart and you can finish it once, twice, 3 times. You can stop it, you can put it down, whatever you want. You can do it many times. So the primary key won't be unique unless it's associated with something else. And that something else is going to be also the created out column. But then, do we actually need that? Probably not. So we won't have a compound profile key, primary compound key. We'll just have another UUID, I guess, and that's going to be our primary key. Yeah, I'm getting into it. And the activities as well, like these soon have serial IDs. All right, I'm getting there. So, unlike most many tables, pivot tables, where you don't really need an ID, you'd never use it, for what I envision now, you will need an ID. So, that's what I'm gonna create now. And I guess I specify in the end that the primary key is gonna be the ID. And that's it. And I will have a created at, because that is important, but I don't need to have like a compound primary key anymore. Yeah, because maybe I want to zoom in to that specific activity. Maybe I want to people may be able to like or emoji react to activities. Maybe we'll want that feature. So having a unique ID for everything on the feed. That makes sense. Are we still liking the feed name? I think that's the only thing that will be showing, just people's activities. And I'd rather, like, the other option for this table that I can think of is activities to profiles or profiles to activities. Something like that, but that doesn't make sense. Or a different name for like things like Baldur's Gate, but also Shogun, the Disney Plus show, or the old show. What, like pop culturable? I don't know what to call it, because then like this would become the activities table. Should we ask ChatGPT for the lols? Maybe. What should I call? TV table that could have records that are video games. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Media? All right, ChatGPT, see where you're going. So ChatGPT thinks this could be the media table. The only annoying thing with media is that the singular or plural, it's all the same thing. But I kind of like it. And then this becomes activities table. I like it. I actually like it. So if there are no objections, that's what I'm gonna do. So the activity is gonna have its own ID, gonna be auto-generated for us. Will it be auto-generated? Yeah, I think we have it. One of the things I have remembered. All right. I guess this one, the serial makes it default to something. Cool. What else is missing? It's a notes. Which is going to be text. Like this. And can be nullable. And should they say not null? Because what if I try to explicitly say null? Thought so. Serial should ensure this is not null and it's the primary key. I suppose that we would do it in line. Same thing. What else? I think that may be it. The ID, the profile ID, the user who selected this, the media ID. Which corresponds to this table, which has a name, maybe other things, who knows, we'll add them. And optional nodes. And the category ID appears indirectly through the media table. All right. We may be cooking here. So, should we run this migration? I think the answer is yes. What else do we have in the agenda here? To persist activities in the database. Mike says to Naylan, who asked before, suggested before a voting system. Mike says they made one with Supabase in Svelte 2 and Svelte 4. Awesome. So, let's see. Is it migration up? What have we done with migrate? Yeah. So let's run this, see what happens. If we need to reset the database, it's going to be fine. Creatable activities, it says. Oof. References, media. We changed this. We changed this. All right, we've added something. So now let's persist these activities database. And as a reminder, we have this amazing form. This one. This has some fake data for who the user is, but we'll get there. You can select anything here, then you can select the game that you want. Then you select its category, even though this should be associated to the name. And then you can say something about it. And then you submit the form, and what happens is that you hit the related form action. Create activity we've named here. So with this one, because we know that you may also do the logout action in the root homepage, we had to name them. So we're naming it create activity, and we need a corresponding handler here. And in here, we can do if delete something as well. So we're here. Steal this. If delete, so the spinner. Maybe else, so the other icon. That's because they're both icons for now. So if we say if true, oh, look, bad. Like this, good. So true, false, looks great. What's going to happen when we click the button? For now, the answer is an error, because we need to specify the related action handler. So the name of the form is create activity. We need to specify a create activity handler. And And in here, we'll want to do some validation stuff as well. We've done the same for the profile to edit the page. So let's see how we've done it here. For this action, when you update your name, and we super validate this, and then potentially fail if either somehow the user is not logged in, which should be impossible. So if the form is not valid, makes sense, we just fail. Is this a different fail? Superforms, what are you doing here? Is it a different fail? Or is it a shadcn fail? Let me know. Sometimes, like their use enhanced, they use the same thing. Right, so it seems like they're not using the one. They are using the one from shadcn, not their own. Okay, good. And get the user from the locals, which should always be there. Put it in the correct method. So yeah, not on this one, Johnny. In here. Hello, Giuseppe. Nice to see you here. So this one we'll use it here. We want the request. We want the user from the locals. Use it here and fail if the form is not valid, which may happen. Unlikely because we have browser validation, or if you somehow, like if your session has expired, I guess. Or if you're trying to be naughty and hit this endpoint without, like, not from the browser, with your own cheeky scraper or whatever you have, like a script trying to be malicious, to black hat us. Anyway. And then, I guess, if we haven't failed yet, then we have a good payload we want to persist to Supabase, which should create a few records. So how do you enter? We want to create a new activity, if we don't have it already, with this specific name. It's kind of interesting, like specific to our use case. Later, in a following episode, when we switch this to an autocomplete, then we'll be getting an activity ID. So that should save us some complexity, but now we have the complexity right here. Yeah, so let's type it out, I guess. Find or create activity. The first to do. Find or create media. So we're calling this media. And then create new activity for user. 2 steps. And just in case they have something for many-to-many joins, they have the schema, they have how to query. How do you insert? Doesn't really say. Oh, that's fine. I guess we'll just insert the activity. Cool. So, first to do. I'm wondering, we have that Uncharted, the video game, and Uncharted, the film. So the names won't be unique in media. You do need the unique ID. and we need to generate the type definitions. We run the migration, so now it's saying, but you don't have a media table. But now we'll run our generate command to auto-generate files. It runs the Supabase helper tool, the CLI that looks at your database and creates TypeScript definitions for you. Run generate. There you go. What did I actually name it? I'm dreaming this up. Oh, it's here. Generate. npm generate command only. What's the problem? Right, so it created this file, and just in case, let's see it. So VS Code knows that it's been updated, and now it knows that we do have a media table, and it's not complaining. So we can select the ID and say that this returns maybe single, or limit one, just in case, because we may have more than one. I guess there would be one per category. So that would just do it for us. We need a where. The where will be name or ek match. Match is what they want with Superbase. So the name is going to be form data name. And then we also can have a category ID of form data category ID. And if you can't find the media, so we need to return a fail. But if there is no media and we want to create it, let's see what the GitHub Copilot thinks we're gonna have. We don't want any data back. We don't want to insert this back. We don't want to do single or anything like that. I don't know what it's doing here. So I guess we do want like a returning ID. So let's have a look at that. Select. So for the insert, create and return it, I just run select afterwards, I guess, sure. Do want it. And we can say that media ID is either string or null. Maybe the string. And actually, you can say if media, then media ID, media ID, else do all of this. This would be a number. Oh no, it got me again. I want to do this one, so we'll need to reset the database. Let's keep going for now. So this one is going to be fine because we're gonna do a different migration. Else, the single record we just entered. So this is going to be fine. We also need to populate with some categories. So maybe in our seed file, we will have something. Yeah, so maybe that's gonna work. Let's put theorem 2 for the loads, since we're here. And then we'll be creating a new activity, but let's reset the database. Let's sign out and reset the database. The local database is then. The cool thing with the seed file being in SQL is that you can run it in your production database afterwards when you know what you want to have seeded, if it's something like categories. Ugh. Always forget, because there are two styles, to declare it in line or declare it in the end. We get to see if login still works. Of course, I changed the type of this table, of this ID, but not this ID. So what else? This is where GitHub Copilot check. It's like, did I write this migration correctly? It would be handy. Now it should pass. But also this is where running your local Supabase is super handy because you don't want to run this in production. So I think it seeded some stuff here. No one has logged in yet, no accounts anymore. We can log in with Google. Beautiful. And we can generate the TypeScript definitions again. Beautiful. And before we forget, let's fetch the categories for real now. And we'll see if they're actually dynamic. So we have this latest user call and we have this categories call, but we want this one to also be a Superbase call. So select from categories, select the ID and name. Do not order. We can still change this and just return the data. Have the categories be a promise, which my UI is not gonna like. We'll get around that. So here, we're gonna wait categories. No, just categories. And pass this in. Some helper methods here are crazy. And this should have worked. So the categories should be strings. These numbers. So what's the problem? Looks correct. Our migration yet again looks a bit dodgy. We forgot to say that in this case the media always has a name. There you go, so not null on this one. But is this a streaming problem? Probably not. Top level await. Did the autocomplete do something crazy? Don't think so. Ah, alright. So that's something. Is the database having like trouble? Because I see the users also are not getting in there. How did it optimize dependencies? Interesting. See at least. And weird. Let's check the Supabase Studio and see if we've successfully migrated stuff. Ah, RLS. We forgot about RLS. I guess we need. We did add these guys. Great. That is good. I have the expected names. Yet, I don't think this should be flipping out that much. Let's look at the corresponding server file. So it started flipping out here. Should never have an error. I think it is ID and name, so that's fine. So that should be fine. But if I kinda revert back to what I had before, what did we have before? So if we say that categories is a promise which resolves eventually to this array, hard-coded array, is it still flipping out? The answer is yes, which kind of makes sense. It must be that we've messed something up here. Is it because it's nested inside an if? Like if I don't have this, still flipping out, to be honest. This is the problem at the moment we turned this into, but we were streaming before. We're streaming this. And it's the same API, isn't it? Interesting. This is going to be one of the classic problems where there's going to be so the editor brought in like some crazy things, I think, like this one, which it shouldn't. I think that's going to be the problem. Yeah. So my editor, trying to help, brought in a file that it shouldn't have had, and that's what caused our problems, because it was trying to read that server file in the client browser. I guess that was the problem. And I think we can inline this like this. Yeah, and we'll think about the placeholder here later. Let's keep that loading thing. So yeah, the crazy autocomplete error. I could have been looking at it for days and nights. In any case, we finally have categories. We can reset again the database just to ensure to TypeScript. that the name of a category will never be null. I had one job. To put the not null in the correct place, and I failed. Oh, that's okay. Forgot to press this button as well, so it won't be good. I wonder what happens. That hijacked session. I think it's gonna be fine. Yeah, it's not fine. 403 forbidden, you cannot log out. Because you don't exist. Cool. So, I guess we don't have like the real name. And since we're doing this, might as well wait for both. So we have this query and have a user profile query as well. This returns all users. I guess in real life we won't have this, so I can just refactor this one to user profile. And for latest users, I can return promise resolve nobody, and that's it. And the user profile, let's give us your name and another URL. No need to order. Where tick is what we want. Sometimes you're not logged in, so we can do a ternary here and say, is there a user? If there is a user, get them. Match, that's what they call it. And it's a maybe single. And return null. And this is going to be our user in this case. Great. Or else, promise resolve to no user. All well and good. And we can also return the user profile. And we'll remove the latest users. Later, we'll make that be our activity feed. That's the vision for the day. Cool. So if there is a user, then we can await all of them. Data categories and user profile. And then you have the user profile and the categories. So you can pass them in here. Generate TypeScript definitions to make some things happier. Just throw an error here. And then will it think that this always exists? Maybe. So let's say single, this has to exist. So now the TypeScript definition should be happier. Use not. It still thinks that this may be null. Oh, because we didn't throw that error. Did I trim this? Where did I put this? Here. Let's see. I see. Still thinks this could be null. That doesn't make sense. Well, it does in this case. It is this. Should we do another if? Let's do this first. Let's say if user. That should fix things. Do our if here. In our else case there. Great. It's still not happy. Ah, but I think that's because it didn't read this file. It didn't read the memo. I think so. So this one shouldn't be string or null anymore, right? Because I did this. Not null. Did it on the wrong thing. Need to do them on both. Come on, Johnny. Get it together. At least I've put it in the correct place now. Right, so next time we rerun, it's gonna be fine. And these are now dynamically generated from the database. Like 3 days ago, that's what Adrian wanted. And we managed to get there. One part of what Adrian wanted. Cool. So let's log out. Remember to log out first. DB reset yet again. Just so we can do the TypeScript type generation and get rid of that squiggly. There you go. And that's another instance where TypeScript may look annoying, but it actually picked up an error that I had, so saved me. For a couple of years, it's been nice to trust TypeScript, that it's not that they've made something wrong. TypeScript has been consistently being cleverer than I in many things. Alright, so I'm starting to grow a bit fond of this UI, actually, to be honest. Maybe like this is ridiculous with the submit button. As always, should this be the thing that I focus on? So let's say that on small screens this takes 4, and on slightly bigger ones this takes 3. But the button, this guy, slightly bigger screens, it takes all to itself. Perfect. Whoa. Wait a minute. So in this case, in the small screen, like this. In the other case on SM, it's where this just takes the one column. I think so. Perfect. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad, doesn't look too great. Looks okay. Workable. And what about the spinner though? Perfect. All right, so with all this done, so the crazy things we're doing here. If there is no media, then we create it. If we have seen that media before, then we just use the ID there. But the whole point of this is to add a new activity for the user. So we want another insert like this, but we won't be getting anything back. We will have this insert activity error thing. Here, and from the activities table, insert activity I guess it's gonna have no ID. It's gonna have a user ID, media ID, great. And then from the form data, what else does it have? No category ID. It has the action. Do we have the action anywhere, actually? Yeah, we forgot the action here, the verb. We have the notes, but not the action. So we want notes here. And we want action. But action is not going to do anything for us. So we just want to prefill. Ooh. Did this have like underscore ID here? Ah, just a horizontal thing. So profile ID is what we want, not user ID. Media ID, notes, and created that. So we want to insert this. Will TypeScript tell us that this is a problem? Great. because actually this is media ID. This is actually profile ID. And the action will do nothing. Perhaps this user ID was happy. No. Just auto not communicated? No. Right, that's good. And I guess this one I could type it earlier. There must be like insert activity somewhere, but I'm not gonna search for it. But the action we forgot, we don't have a column for it. So let's look out. An activity should have an action verb, and that one you could have like an actions table as well, but maybe that's like too much. So let's create this guy too. And then we'll submit the form and happily see it appear in the database table in Supabase Studio, and then actually fetch the activities, the latest activities. Build some nice UI for them. You know, we love that. And then see how we can make them update when users do submit new activities. Begin with tweets. Oh, better profile, better avatar. And actually, was I just hard coding the name? So where have we hard coded Johnny? Everywhere. Yeah, so this would be a username. Hey, it's my tweet thing. As if I knew. Cool. And maybe here, on this drop down, the category drop down, can we do like mass capitalize? Is that a real thing? Oh. On this one? Yeah. So divisor is correct. Using capitalize a lot helps with internationalization as well. Yeah, let's do literally this and see if it works. Wow. Yeah, so what did it not like? And we got a 500 back. We have the name, we have the action, we have the category, we have the notes. What did we not get? Column media category ID does not exist. You fool! It's what the logs tell me. Where's your TypeScript now, Johnny? I don't know. Should have got this. Column action for lesson media doesn't exist. That's weird. Oh, they auto completed this one. That's not what we want. Name should be form data name. The category ID should be this. And that's it. Didn't we change this? Guess not. All right, so this one seemed like it worked. And then the form resets, great. And all is good in the word. Did it actually add something? Looks like it did. Third run, new media. Should have done Baldur's Gate 3. But it's alright, because we also want RLS, the row-level security. We only want you... But RLS introduces a different problem as well. We do want everyone to create an activity. We don't necessarily want everyone to create a media entry, but maybe we do. Yeah, maybe that's fine. And then you own it. Why not? If you're the first person to add it, then you own it. Sure. And we don't want just anyone to be editing activities. Only you should be able to edit your own activity. And for media, who should be able to edit media? This is not Wikipedia. Maybe like no one. Maybe just the service roles. Maybe just me. So yeah, and categories, everyone should be able to read them. No one should be able to update them. So RLS rules, which we kind of forgot, we need to implement. So let's see from our previous migration. We knew we'd do even more of this. So for the categories table, categories are viewable by everyone. That's definitely true. Can users insert categories? I'd say no. I'd say that this should be up to me. So maybe nothing for insert, nothing for update, nothing for delete. So good to go for this. Categories just viewable by everyone. And that's it. Media. So that's kind of interesting. For the media table, alter it, enable row-level security. everyone should see them. And users can they can insert media, I guess. Not sure about that one. Let's say they can insert media, sure. But we want one where it's like logged in users can do it. And I think they have like an auth authenticated true. I think it's different. Oh, it's different than the last one. I remember. They've definitely expanded on this. So with check true. As permissive for insert to authenticated with check true. More complicated than I thought. So let's copy that one. Let's copy this one. Looks worse. Did it paste it twice? Maybe. Can never go there again. Alright, it's the local Supabase, maybe the production one is better. Anyway, no RLS for these guys. I don't want to enable RLS here, although I guess it doesn't matter. Because we're gonna rerun the migrations again. So add an RLS policy, create a new policy. Insert only for authenticated users. Looks correct. Doesn't look quite formatted. So I guess that's the as permissive thing. It's kind of tricky. Or insert true authenticated, and if you are authenticated, you just get the true back. I think it's gonna work. And again, ideally only my backend will be doing this as you search for actual media and then hitting a third-party API to actually fetch the video game information or whatever. And yeah, so we don't want this. Choop. Can anyone update these? I'd say no. Only admins, and no one can delete them. So I'll just do this. If your video game doesn't exist, then you can insert it. But you don't win by doing PC3 versus Baldur's Gate 3. Cool. Last one for activities. So this is a big one. Public media, public activities. Enable a role level security. Did we do it for this one? Yes. And activities are viewed by everyone. So activities, yet again, do anything. So if their user ID is the same as the profile ID, which is the same as the user ID, that's what they are they are allowed to do stuff. And that goes for this table as well. And you can delete them. Which I can only imagine works the same way. Sometimes they do with check. I guess when the row doesn't exist, sometimes you do the using method. I think that's valid. Let's see what ChatGPT thinks. No. Where else do we see profiles? Ah, there you go. It approves, it just didn't read everything. It's saying again it doesn't have access to the actual file. Alright, this is not helpful. Before it was helpful, now it's not. Let's log out and see what type of tables we are creating. For role level security, we named it. Named the episode after this. Let's log in with Google. Right, we're in. John McGripp's bigger name. Kind of like it accidentally. This looks nice. So let's see. Does it work even with role level security? Maybe. We can still create them. That's good. Let's try to read them. So the agenda is taking a while. Surely we're close to the end. Ping, 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 ping. Cool. So we should be adding records to our database now, but we cannot see them because we don't have a way to see them. And I guess I can remove this debug. That's for now. So let's go to our form, create activity form, and remove super debug. We don't need it anymore. And instead of latest users, in the activity feed, we want latest activity. And instead of awaiting latest users, it's actually waiting for activities and stuff. But let's go to our server endpoint. and actually fetch that. So instead of latest users, we want latest activities. From activities, select star, limit 10, sure. And I think there is an order method we can chain, and order by create that, and then pass ascending false. Have the expected timeline view. Latest ones at top. I think that's what we do nowadays. And then we can do the same thing. I should write a helper for this. Like return the data or throw error, something like that. Because I keep doing the same thing. I guess the error is slightly different, but you won't need. Even better, we'd have a repo that actually fetches and hides all this logic. So we do like activities, repo, latest, get latest, and that's it. One line, you're done. Yeah, but that's something to refactor into. So we have the latest activities, fetching them back. Great. Then on the UI, let's see that this actually takes activities with users. So each activity does belong to a user. So instead of substituting star, we'll need to do more things there. But one step at a time. Let's call it latest activities. And let's say it's a promise like of activity that has created at string. All right, so in Supabase, to do the joins, actually, when we do the select here, you can see that this actually has everything that's on the one table, but we want an inner join because we want the profile information, the username and avatar, and the media information as well. So not the profile ID and the media ID, we want the user who did this. Who did this? So, do we actually want anything else besides create that? Probably not. And the way you do that with Supabase is you do this one weird trick where you specify the name of the table profiles and say name and avatar URL, whatever you want to pick from there, and then you pick it. And then this will return this, even though this is named profiles because in the game, why is this null? Another migration issue. This should never be null. Anyway, maybe a TypeScript problem. Did we run TypeScript generation lately? It still thinks that this could be null. I think I remember seeing this problem with Supabase. Anyway, doesn't matter that much. But we do want the name and the avatar URL of the user, and we also want the name and the category name as category name. This one, I'm not sure if it's a real thing, but I think it's a real thing. Maybe not. Categories, then it's happier. Not really. Maybe we don't need to alias it. If we do this, is it happy? Oh, no comma. Need commas, Johnny. So yeah, this one has categories and a name nested in it. But it has that or null thing that I hate, because it's not real. Like its media will always have a category. Doesn't really make sense. That's life sometimes. Alright, so each one of those will have a profiles, which actually has like the one thing. And can I get like an unfair select from this, or do I really have to type it? Personally, I think I do. Let's see this. And we'll also have media, which will be name string and have categories, which will actually have a name string. And I think that's it for the things that I want to use. So now we have the profiles. And we have the media, but I'm just going to use profiles other URL. File's name. Let's see what happens when I pass along latest activities. Here you go. I have my guy. I have me. My dude, but I want this to look like my activity. Is there something I can do like on the server? Will it know? I don't think it will. Like if no data profiles, or no data media, or no data media categories. I guess I don't want to map through them anyway. So what can you do? So we have this activity row, which is good, which I want to look like this. I guess we need the cover still. And let's say that we have an activity feed item that kind of looks like the create activity form. But all I want is the form, really. But of course, it's not going to be a form, it's going to be a list item. not gonna be enhanced, no actions. Everything else maybe kinda the same. Not really. So this one's gonna be, oof, too many things. Too many things. This one I should export somewhere. Where? Let's just copy it now here. Let's see, the props is just the activity. Right, so user is not a thing, but profiles out of URL is a thing. This is a thing. This is a thing. And let's bring in this. No form here. Where is that input? Where is that input? Action thing. This one. Just later, I guess. So this one should be the activity as its action, right? So action string. You need that. Andrea. Yet again. Andrea. Where do you get ideas for apps? Anytime, like walking my dog, biking, scootering, showering, all the time. And usually, I guess the most, the ideas that I'm more likely to make is the ones that I get after I was frustrated with something or I was looking for a tool that I couldn't find. So for today's idea, it's based on this app that I looked for, couldn't find. Then a year later on a podcast, I heard about this way of tracking your pop culture consumption, how they track, how they play video games. It was a video game podcast called MinMax. So I was like, oh, I would love this. And I started using it. And then I was like, it's good. It's really good. But maybe I want like slightly bigger notes. Maybe I want these to be public. Maybe I want to follow other people. And I thought this could fit in well with the type of app, the type of complexity of app that I wanted to create for now. And where do I get ideas for app names? I don't know. Sometimes they come easy. I shared the name culture stock with a friend, and she's super proud of me. She said that's my best one yet. But I still think, and I think you may agree, Carol, that Paulina Poppers could be the best one. Not sure. But yeah, ideas, they come to me all the time. When I'm making coffee in the morning, it could appear there. but the ones I'm more likely to make are the ones that are related to problems that I have and I can't find easy solutions for, so I built them myself. Speaking of making coffee, one of the ideas that I had was for a VR game where you're actually practicing making coffee, because you don't make coffee like 10 times a day or 100 times a day. Maybe you make it once or at most twice. I don't know, I'm not gonna judge, but it's not gonna be 100 times. And there is a bit of artistry and fun on how you can pour like your V60 heated water and stuff. If you want to learn how to do latte art, then also how many times can you practice without being wasteful? Fewer. But if you could make a VR game that trains you to do this, then that would go great. Unfortunately, unlike web apps, like VR games isn't my specialty. I need to work much harder on that in order for that to just be something that I do on a live stream or even, a month. Yeah, it would take me a while to make a game like that. But great question. Made me smile for sure. How do you get ideas for apps? I have heard that there are some people that they come easy and they're like, how do you get what do you mean, how do you get ideas? I get them all the time. But there are others that are kind of blocked on that end, like watching blogs or reading blogs or going to other apps. I think there are quite a few apps nowadays that are like startup ideas, or you can go on YouTube and search for ideas and you can find them there. And that's fine. It's a similar thing is that some people want to be guided into learning, while some people can find their sources of learning much easier. It doesn't mean that this is the way to do it or that the way to do it. It's just that some things come differently than others. And are you talking about, do you like the coffee pouring idea? I think that would be neat for sure. In JavaScript, you could make it, but even if you have the best trackpad or something, it wouldn't feel the same. So you need VR for this. It's one of those situations where it would be so much better with VR, even if you could make something like this. Like if it's like 2D, if you can't feel the weight of the thing, it's different. You can do it. It can look cool. So maybe we'll see. And question from Mike, Lucia Turso Drizzle's Valkit installation tutorial. Is there one? There isn't. You have to mix like the very I'll say decent tutorials and guides that they have. You have to mix and match and find the ones for your use case. But again, I'll say try to find the video live streams that I've done on the subject, where we try to go through together and through the docs and piece it together what they actually want us to do to have an app with multiple providers, multiple emails. I think that's what you need there. All right, so after this break, what was I doing here? I also wanted to query the action, kind of important, which means that in my server file here, I don't just want the created event, I want the action in the created event. That's probably a real thing. The feed item has this. And here, where I can put in the action. Great. And then we want a big heading for the name of the activity. My dog is here. Another happy break. Hello, Samir. Oh, now you're gonna get it. Opa! Hug. Alright, it's been a while since he's crossed the stream. Question from Mike, as I'm petting my dog. Am I able to deploy Svelte 2 with Svelte 5 in Vercel? I always get error. Yes, I deploy to Vercel this app, deploy to the Edge, Vercel Edge, so it has to be working for me. It depends on what libraries you're using. You may be using some libraries that don't exist. She was so happy to see me, but she looks a bit grumpy now, just from her eyebrows. Do you like the mic? You used to eat the mic. You are a good girl, Summer. Kisses? That's a quick one.
All right.
Thank you. It's been a while since you made it to the camera. Thank you for just starting. Do you want to go to your bed? I guess. Right. So this one, right? So every app that I have been making has been deployed to Vercel, actually, including the one we're making right now. So it has to work. But maybe in the future we'll also show different deploy targets, which has been asked. Maybe Fly, which is getting popularity. There isn't Johnny Junior. Her name is Summer. So her season is coming, and in Barcelona as well, we're trying to get some extra sun. Cool. So, name of the media here. Media name, put it in here. And then, instead of this select, let's say that this is just a div, I guess. And then we have your notes on the matter, which is also something I should be querying. There you go. Didn't query that. We're kind of getting there. Don't forget to do this. And then we don't need a form here. Qualify was suggested in the Discord. Actually, you may have a different username if you've suggested Qualify. Qualify looks cool, like you have to say it. And definitely an option. It doesn't all have to be to Vercel. Vercel is a great way to get started, gives you the deploy previews and all of the stuff that I love. And like 10 years ago, you needed to have like a dedicated DevOps team that you'd beg and you'd be like, I want my PR to be deployable somewhere. And even when you had a solution like that, you'd be like, all right, we have 3 staging environments. So you have to communicate with the other team if you want to take hold of one. It was a mess. Nowadays, with lots of companies like Vercel, they make that trivial. You create a GitHub branch, you push, it's deployed in a PR deployment and preview deployment. It's great. Qualifying us to sort here as well. It's one of those solutions. 2, the one that I think has been picking up speed the most is Fly.io, which also you can use to deploy various languages because you just deploy 2 increments. We will be showing it in the future for sure, because I say just deploy there, but it's not just, it's actually quite complicated. Render as well is a popular one. Has been popular for a while. So there are options. I haven't tried Qualify specifically, so I can't say if it's alright or not. Every one of those will have advantages and disadvantages. For Vercel, for example, I do like the way they do environment variables. It's super easy. With Fly, it is kind of complicated. You need to create your own Fly instance that reads from all the Fly secrets that you ever had. And in apps, even like the moment you need a database connection, you need quite a lot of environment variables. So I don't know, like there's gonna be small pet peeves. On every one of those, but I haven't tried Qualify. Question is, I find it hard to find some virtual private server to try out. Would Fly.io not count as a virtual private server? I think you get one for yourself. And they give you, I think, up to £5 per month, or €5 or $5 per month. So you have a bit of credit to work with and see how you like it, to try it out. And they have add-ons with like Postgres and stuff. I don't think you can go much wrong with any one of them, but all of them are gonna have like, some extra things that you might find inconvenient for sure. Again, with like the bigger companies, the more popular ones, the more popular solutions like Vercel, you pay for the convenience too. So for this one, I was trying to like look at the docs, and it is gonna be one of the situations where I'll need to read the docs and then go through them and then do a live stream, and then I'll figure out exactly how it works. Right, so we're almost there. I wanted to also get the notes, which I did. So do we actually have everything here? I think so. So let's see how horrible or how great will it immediately look the moment we switch our page to the activity feed. Oh. So Giuseppe has the thing with secrets management, and yeah, I agree. That's the one where they have a custom solution somewhere. I don't know if you've seen that one, which will be pulling every secret you've ever put into Fly using Fly secrets something. And I have an example of that surely in one of my repos. Maybe not. But yeah, nobody wants to inline a million secrets somewhere. Everyone wants to have some UI to say, all right, for production, I want this value to have this key to have this value, like Vercel does. It's super easy. You can even copy paste this whole file and paste it in, and it will do the correct thing with the input there. With Fly, it is trickier, and the tutorial that I followed to actually make it work with either a local.n file or the secrets that I have in their vault situation wasn't clear. It was like, all right, you do this, and I was trying to copy and paste parts of the tutorial that seemed like they were matching, but there wasn't like a clear answer in the tutorial. All right, if you want this, this is the part to copy paste. If you want that, that's the part to copy paste. But it worked in the end. But there needs to be UX improvements there for sure. And I think that guide wasn't even in like a GitHub discussion or somewhere. It's just a guide with maybe a few comments. I'm trying to say there should be a nice place where you could request to Fly to say, all right, this guide is not clear enough. Maybe I want this clarified. You know, like a pull request, like an issue request, raise an issue to say this documentation should be a bit better. I think that's one of the things that are missing with Fly too. Right, so this one, we are passing the latest activities. Yeah, let's save this. But what we need to do is, instead of rendering this every time, is actually render an activity feed item here. Maybe spreading the activity. Bam. Works. So could we say not row? Bam. It appears it would be cooler if we had the icons, the images, but it is what it is. It kind of looks cool, to be honest. What else do we want? How does this work? In the moment we submit the form, Svelte knows to refetch the data from the load method that we have on the server. So the moment we submit the form, by default it's gonna rerun everything here, including refetching the user profile and the latest activity, so you see your own. And if someone else has managed to do one in the meantime, then you see it as well. You see it then. And what if I don't add a comment? I'm done with this. Just don't show it. Great. Nice. So I think what remains is just UI stuff. Maybe not something super interesting, unlike everything else in this episode. We would need a timestamp as well. Maybe that's something to show. This one we do want to capitalize. Try to spell it correctly. And of course, the call spans should be always the same. 3 to 9. Maybe 4 to 8. Maybe we do have an action button in the end, in any case. Mariko-san. Cool. All the things seem to work. I guess it would be nice to have a link to the user's profile. And here you would be able to see your own activity and stuff like that. But make it more clear that this is like a form. The other thing to note here is that I will be merging all this stuff and putting it live, but it's the weird use case where maybe you don't want things to be live because I may be changing like databases, schemas and stuff, but just keep in mind, maybe there will be some data loss, I guess. I will try to have a great migration. I think we've arrived at the great migration that we'll end up with, and try not to break that ever when I post production. But you know, it's mostly for fun. So if things break, it's fine. You may need to recreate your account, or you may need to re-add your activity, or there may be some loss of activity. I don't think so, but keep it in mind. I will tell you when I'm 100% confident we won't be losing any data. I'd say now 99% confidence. I won't be rolling back the database, resetting the database. 99% sounds good. Right. So is there like a, let's look at shadcn, shadcn topography. What would we use here? They have the H1s, they have all these things. Block quote, that sounds nice. Use that one for the notes. Do they literally have the thingies? The quotes? They do. My dog is snoring peacefully. Not hearing the word. But of course, we need to check if notes and do this thing. Cool. And do we have like a date? Where would we put that? What else do they have in typography? This one is kind of nice. This could be in parentheses, maybe not. The time could also be useful to have, like a timestamp. So let's see, what does the time look like? I guess it's going to be an ISO string, and it is. So we could have a localized date thingy. Maybe that we need. Do we have any formatters? Maybe not. But maybe I will leave it at that. I think we have a few things to do next time. Maybe we'll start with the login with Magic Link, which is cool. But next time, maybe I'll do like the date, like I'll redo the UI just offline, because we spent so much time just doing UI in this one, trying to get some feedback on how crazy this UI is. But besides the Magic Link stuff, maybe we'll go into hidden, a third-party API, in order to fetch some nice images related to the game. So maybe it can be nested here with a set aspect ratio. We'll see. Images make these things. At the very least, we'll need an icon to show here, but that's what I'm thinking for next time. Also, we will be handling images then, like updating your avatar as well. Maybe that's something we'll do. But for now, what I'm thinking is next time, login with Magic Links, my favorite method to authenticate, and kinda, I think if you are providing login with Google and Magic Links, you're good to go. And if you're providing login with Google and one other, so you've proven that you can do at least one more. If you can do one, then you can do one. If you can do two, you can probably do n. You can probably do an infinite amount. So that's good to have. So that's my goal for this repo as well. At least 2 social login methods and the magic link email methods, because some people just don't want to use a third party. Not everyone has a Google account, believe it or not, or wants to use their Google account more believable. But yeah, login with magic links, and then maybe the emails uploads part, maybe dates and picking in dates, maybe how do you do this more real time. Maybe we'll solve those tricks next time. But for now, I will let it be. I will wish you all a very, very happy Friday, a very happy weekend, and we'll see each other on Tuesday. Let me know if you have any final questions, or else this is gonna be goodbye. I really like the glass header here. Every time I see this on light mode, I'm like, it's okay. Dark mode, it's popping. Thank you, son. Have a great weekend as well. This one should link to your profile as well. And this profile page for you, just insane. It should have like a little preview of how your new activities look like when you change your avatar, when you change your name. You could have it look like this. Cool. Thanks again to everyone, especially everyone in the chat. Have a lovely Friday evening. Have a lovely weekend. I'll see you around. Goodbye.